Nagyon sok szeretettel köszöntök ismételten mindenkit. Folytatjuk kalandjainkat a Witcher történetek világában. A múltkori epizódban elérkeztünk Mehekembe, a törpék országába. És szembesültünk a tényen, hogy a törpék nem igen akarnak nekünk segíteni. Közben indítsuk a játékot. Nem igen akarnak nekünk segíteni. Úgyhogy szívességeket fogunk tenni a törpéknek. És reméljük, hogy ezekkel a szívességekkel eleget teszünk annak, hogy ők segítenek majd a mi küldetésünkben, hogy visszaverjük a nilfgaardiaiakat. A múlt részben ugye hogy feloldódott az összes fejlesztési lehetőség a workshopban, és szemügyre vettük, hogy a Palisade az egy elég erős fejlesztés, 2 armort ad, de rengeteg fába kerül, úgyhogy azt még annyira nem tudjuk kifejleszteni. Illetve egyenlőre a Strays of Spala nevű lapot szeretnénk megszerezni, vagy szeretném, mert azt jól lehet kombinálni a bumberökkel. Hát a workshopban lévő fejlesztésekből nyerhető lapok számomra nem találhatóak kielégítőnek, szóval nem éri meg rájuk áldozni a felszerelés vagy a nyersanyagunkat, illetve ezeket tudjuk még fejleszteni a sörsátrunkat, illetve a irányító sátrunkat, de hát ezek majd később lesznek, mert ugye a fa az nagyon korlátozottan áll a nyersanyagok közül elérhetőségeink közé, úgyhogy ezt lassan meg tudjuk szerezni, és ezután pedig a falat fogjuk fejleszteni 2-es szintre, csak ehhez ugye rengeteg fára lesz szükségünk. Hát, hogyha hamarabb lesz meg az összeg, akkor kifejlesztjük a sörsátrat 3-as szintre. Na, nézzük is, hogy állunk a térképen. Igen, ide fel akartam jönni, mert itt van egy csomó minden, és akkor utána ide jobbra jövünk le. Mikor ez elég egyértelmű az útirány, hogy merre megyünk. Így. Itt, és akkor itt ezt így megcsináljuk. Előző a palantét. Ó, ott már látok egy jó kis helyet, ott biztos lesz valami jó kis csata. Itt van egy barlang. Na de haladjunk, kezdjünk neki. Azt körbe tudjuk csak elérni? Igen, úgy néz ki, hogy csak erről. És arra is fogunk menni, mert... Hopp. Pillanat. Egyenlőre nem költünk, mert mindig legyen nálunk egy kis fölösleg, hogyha üzletelni kell, vagy valami hasonló. De elméletileg nem engednek be nagyon embereket ide, úgyhogy ezt megnézzük, hogy ez mit akar.
The dwarves are demanding a pretty sum, but their steel's worthy of any crown. No offense meant, but Rivian blades don't hold a candle to their Mahakaman cousins. Their elders just a tad eccentric. No offense meant, but Rivian blades don't hold a candle to their Mahakaman. No offense meant. No offense meant. Their elders just a tad. Their elders just a
Jó,
tad.
nem mond semmi újat, úgyhogy felmegyünk ide. Aha, itt lesz egy puzzle. Illetve... Aha, ez jelez nekünk új lehetőségeket a mapon. Remek. Ezt egyenlőre összeszedem, és megnézzük ezt a puzzle-t. Szörnycsata, légy szíves. Ó. Ezért kaphatunk új mágikus képességet? Oh, az igen. A Bluestone-unk még nincsen. Nem így akartam. Ezt akartam. Illetve... Lehet, hogy értem, hogy mit kell csinálni. Lehet, hogy ugyanazt kell megcsinálni, mert mi nálunk van, a mi paklinkon. Ami azt jelenti... hogy ezek helyet cserélnek. Aha, tehát mindenki helyet cserél. Aha, tehát akkor tükörképet kell csinálni. Ahogy is van? Hát lényegtelen, mert a tüzet azt fel kell küldenünk a felső sorba. Egy lépéssel valamit elszúrtam. Szerintem az, hogy ezen átvittem. Tehát ezt visszük először. A Zoria rúna követ kaptunk. Nézzük meg, hogy mit csinál. Hát ez nem egy rossz dolog, de nem tudjuk nagyon kihasználni. Azért ettől a lírai kürt az sokkal jobb lop. Na, ezt összeszedtük. Akkor itt lesz egy csata valószínűleg, utána lejövünk, itt is lesz egy csata. De ha ezt itt összeszedtük, akkor innen felfelé. Á, nem adok neki, hogy hívják ott. Adok neki 50 tallért, de morált nem adunk. Hasonlít itt a... Velük mindegyikükkel beszéltünk. Ezt erősítgeti itt, hogy ezt vehetnénk ugye meg, de még nem akarom megvenni. Volt már olyan hely, ahol ezt tudtuk volna használni? Ez valószínűleg itt lesz. Bár nem biztos. De elképzelhető, hogy ott lesz. Na menjünk le. Nézzük meg mi van erre. Kis jutalom morzsák. Itt lesz az első segítségnyújtásunk szerintem. És egyenlőre ezt itt összeszedem előtte.
Meave noted a crowd of dwarves. They were several dozen, many holding baskets brimming with dried sausages, soft, puffy pretzels, and jugs of frothy beer.
What is this gathering?
She asked Gabor.
These folk, they're the parents of youngsters who are to return today from their Dreckthag.
Gabor proceeded to explain that the Dreckthag was a trek upon which the local dwarves would embark when they reached maturity. During this year-long voyage, young folk would taste of life beyond their home. Yet if they failed to return on time, they would be stripped of all rights and privileges accorded to Mahakam's natives.
See, in recent years, young folks' blood's been boiling on account of the strict laws in force here.
Gabor added.
So, we send them out. Let them taste life in the lowlands. Once they've learned for themselves what it's like to live among humans, they come back and ain't likely to complain.
Customarily, only a few dwarves ever decided to remain in the valleys for good. That year, however, was different.
Deadline's the Mora, and 40 Dreckthagers still haven't returned.
Their parents now worried if some misfortune had not befallen them. The Mahakaman Guard had sent out patrols to the near reaches of the valleys. They returned not having seen anything distressing, while the humans living at the foot of the massif had been largely unwilling to talk. The guard captain, a dwarf with a fiery red beard, removed his helmet, wiped the sweat from his brow, and addressed Meave.
Your Majesty, we need to find our youth. Perhaps you'd be willing to go out and search. Human folk are more like to tell you if they saw anything out of the ordinary of late. Naturally, there'd be something in it for you too.
One could say I myself have lost a son,
Meave gripped the captain's hand firmly.
and I know well the pain that comes. I shall do all in my might to spare you at least that.
Meave set off, the hopeful gazes of the dwarven parents bidding her farewell.
Na. Akkor megyünk.
The queen sent a scout ahead.
Törpéket keresni.
Sometime later, she heard his horn. 3 blasts. 2 short, 1 long.
An ambush!
Meave expected to combat beasts or robbers. Yet upon her force descended warriors with squirrel tails attached to their helms. Scoia'tael.
Na, régen harcoltunk Scoia'taellel. Kell egy kis változatosság. Oh, standard battle.
Scoia'tel! Don't let them escape!
Only death here for Dwan.
Ez jó indítás volt tőle.
For Demavent!
Még nem használjuk el a képességünket.
Hi-ho! Hi-ho!
The Scoia'tel are a plague. They blight all they touch.
Megidézzük Szaviet.
My pain serves a purpose. Catch!
Abolish to your command.
Ez így rendben van. Megidézzük Odót.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
Hozunk még ballistát.
Armor won't save.
Arbalistát. És hozunk még arbalistát. Na nézzük, hogy elpasszolja a kört.
Right! Come on! Who's fast?
Nem passzolja el a kört. Az érdekes. Nem tudom. Ezt megtartom. Köszöntem. Szeretném Odót visszahozni.
Again and again and
Na,
again.
dobolunk egyet.
We ought to help one or the other.
I smell a leak.
When will you ever learn?
Még nem használjuk el a képességet, mert még nincs értelme. Már akkor lesz értelme, hogy ebbe a sorba pakol egységeket. Így, és akkor ezt be tudjuk lökni oda a tűzbe. Remek. Azt mondja, hogy... Hát ezt el tudnánk tüntetni, de még nem sok értelme van.
What do you want of me?
we will see who is weak.
Azt mondja.
Aye.
Kijátszuk ezt.
I shall not fail. Should have listened to me, old lady.
De már jó lesz majd berobbantani a...
None shall tread on us!
Igen, ide berobbantjuk az út.
Never had your kneecaps broken!
Have her done in a jiffy.
Őt leütjük, meg őt megütjük.
Know if anyone's got any hooch left.
Megidézzük Odót.
Discipline shall bring us victory.
This harvest will be reaping black-clad heads.
Have strength, my love.
The unworthy shall be punished.
Bedobjuk a tűzbe. Már csak 2 lapja van, nem valószínű, hogy tud bármit is kezdeni a seregünkkel. Legjobb esetben is még pár lapomat eltünteti. De már majdnem 200-as előnyünk van. Na, jobb vagy bal?
They used to tire my tongue about that.
Na és ez az utolsó lapunk. És akkor nem mi passzolunk.
Elven Blarney.
És vége.
They're so young. No wonder they were easily manipulated.
As soon as the battle had come to an end, the prisoners were brought before the queen. All, without exception, were dwarves, and all looked to be youthful dwarves.
Mystery solved,
muttered Meave. In fact, these were the missing Drekthagers. Instead of returning home, they had enlisted with guerrillas fighting for non-human rights. But what had prompted so drastic a decision?
I was impatient. Wanted badly to turn 50. I couldn't wait to see human cities. Vitsima, Tretigo, Novigrad.
Said one of the dwarven prisoners while pressing a bandage to a bleeding wound.
And you know the welcome that awaited me there. I was spit upon and called names. I saw ghettos, massacres. And how was I to go back to the mines after that? We must fight while we still can. Before the humans come to cut us down, we must tell the rest of ours the same. Pull all Mahakam into the fight.
Meave's soldiers stood waiting for her to protest, to accuse the dwarf of lying. But the queen could not pretend she did not understand why the dwarf had taken up arms. Without entering into a discussion, she ordered the prisoners taken to be tried and judged by their kin and elders.
Így is van.
Along her way, Meave heard cries. She rushed to see what the ruckus was about. Upon seeing Black Rayla spattered with blood, she expected the worst. Reynard could only confirm the queen's fears.
She entered the wagon unnoticed, the wagon carrying the prisoners. She then cut their throats, one by one.
40 dwarves. Alone.
They were shackled. They could not defend themselves.
Rayla had nothing to say in her defense. In point of fact, she exuded pride.
Mahakam had been free of Scoia'tael, till now. We'd have done all a questionable favour by bringing back a wagon full of enraged youth wearing squirrel tails. They'd have posed as martyrs for a just cause. They'd have shown off their scars and persuaded the clans to make war on humans. All that deserved to be nipped in the bud.
Meave could see the blood rushing to Reynard's head. When he finally spoke, it was clear he was holding the reins of his emotions, preventing himself from exploding with some difficulty.
Your Grace, we must banish her, drive her off. This was in no way ordinary insubordination. This was a grave crime.
Your Majesty, you know I rarely meddle in your affairs,
said Isbel.
Yet for this I cannot remain silent. This woman must go.
Rayla, 'tis a fine line that separates a soldier, a warrior, from one who commits murder,
said Meave.
That line you crossed today. You are to leave my ranks immediately, and never do I wish to see you again.
Rayla said nothing. She merely bowed in an excessively courtly manner, then moved off down the slope. Yet even once she disappeared, a clear red trail remained in the snow where she had passed. A trail of dwarven blood that had dripped from her armor. The Lyrians remained silent throughout their return. Upon spying their downcast eyes and somber means, the dwarves awaiting the return of their offspring dispersed to their homes, leaving baskets full of treats in the snow. No one asked any questions of Meave. Luckily so, as the Queen would not have known how to answer.
Didn't he find nothing? Not a trace. What could have happened? Didn't he find nothing? Not a trace. What could have happened? Didn't he find nothing?
Hát ez elég köcsökség volt Raylától. Oh, ez az altár, ez ilyen életmentő, hál' Istennek. Ez nagyon jó árérték. Fát azt húzzuk befelé. Majdnem egy az egybe tudunk cserélni, és annyira szükségünk van fára.
The Queen noted a building with unusually lavish ornamentation,
Vivaldi, ki vagy te?
including shining bronze roof tiles and glistening rock crystal window panes. An important clan dwelled there, Gabor explained. The Breckenrigs.
Could you introduce me?
Meave asked.
Perhaps I can convince them to intercede with Bruver on my behalf.
Ezek a Breckenrigsek ennek a Breckenrigs vezetőnek a lánya volt, a Csivajnak a feleségjelöltje, nem? A Witcher szériában. Azt hiszem. Zoltán barátunknak.
The clan head, Iva, invited Meave to an exquisite feast. But when she broached the subject of the war raging just outside Mahakam's borders, the dwarf changed the subject at once. Looking around the interior, Meave quickly understood why. The walls were ordained with Nilfgaardian tapestries and rugs. Gifts from friendly Imperial envoys, no doubt. Meave prepared to leave, convinced she had wasted her time, when someone clasped her shoulder and pulled her into a darkened room. Her kidnapper turned out to be a young dwarf, female, it seemed, dressed in her nightshirt. She introduced herself as Iva's daughter, Eudora Breckenrigs, and openly admitted she had eavesdropped on Meave's dinner conversation.
Listen, me dad's stubborner than an old goat, but I'll convince him to help you. For a wee favour, that is.
Mm-hmm. What?
Nagyon durva, mert a sztori szerint a törpnőknek szakálon, és tényleg szakálluk van a törpnőknek az ábrázolás alapján. Ami még ennél is meglepő, hogy nem láttam a Witcher 1-től a Witcher 3-on keresztül egy törpnőt sem. Vagy lehet, hogy azért, mert szakálluk volt, és azt hittem, hogy férfiak, de...
I want you to steal something from the clan archive. Historiae Mahakamorum, 'tis called. See, me dad won't let me betroth me sweetikin Zoltan. Says the codex forbids marrying a dwarf who's left the mountains. But there's precedent. Just such a case described in that document. If I can show it to Da, he'll have to change his mind.
Meave felt sympathy for Eudora and wanted to help her, especially considering the favor Eudora could do her in return. But she fully realized if her attempt to break into the archive ended badly, it would result in a tremendous scandal Bruver Hoog would not soon forget.
Mit mondtam? Mit mondtam, hogy Zoltánnak a feleségjelöltje volt? A lore, gyerekek, a lore. Előjön a lore belőle. Menjünk! Csináljuk!
The pot's worth the play, I believe. Fine. I accept your offer.
They then shook hands, sealing the deal. Meave had to bite her tongue to stop from crying out, for the young she-dwarf had the grip of a brawny blacksmith. Meave returned to her company, and, massaging her sore hand, presented Eudora's offer. Gascon volunteered for the task at once.
Thievery's my forte. The dwarves won't notice a single mothball out of place.
Hey!
Gascon snuck into the archive under the cover of darkness. Just as he was tucking Eudora's desired document into his cloak, he heard dwarven boots clanking down the stairs.
Damn it!
Gascon swore.
I can't let them catch me.
Akkor ez egy puzzle lesz, hogy elmeneküljön? akkor Gascont kell eljutatni a jobb alsó sarokba. Úram, atyám.
Stop! Who's there?
Tehát akkor kettőre lehetek csak tőle? Jó.
Who's there? What a nub. That was close. Piece of cake. Stop! Who's there?
Elég messziről észrevesznek, előbb csak kettőről vett észre, most háromról.
Who's there? What a nub. That was close. Piece of cake. Stop! Who's there?
Ez érdekes.
Who's there? What a nub. That was close. Piece of cake. Just a bit more.
Észre fog venni, az a baj. Egy körrel.
Stop! Who's there?
Na nézzük csak.
Who's there? What a nub. That was close.
Ha ide jövök, ez meg fog látni. Úgyhogy egyenlőre enter-nelünk egyet. Ha őt most megforgatjuk,
Just a bit more.
És kijutottunk.
Easy as pie.
Luckily, Gascon managed to do the deed quietly, so the dwarves never found out who had broken in. As agreed, Neve handed Eudora the stolen document.
Ha!
The dwarf shouted, raising the parchment in a triumphant gesture.
Da can't do nothing to stop her making vows now. I've got to write Zoltan right quick. Thanks. Thanks a million times over.
Oh, Kürt.
And Eudora did her part too. Soon after, the queen learned there'd been a gathering of the clans, and Ivor had indeed spoken on her behalf. She could only hope the elder Breckenriggs had swayed Bruva Hoog as well.
Remek.
Eudora Breckenriggs Chuve. Oh, I truly like the sound of that. Oh, there's nothing like solidarity between ladyfolk. Nothing at all. Dad's stubborn, but I always find a way with him in the end. The right stratagem, and he turns into putty in my mitts. Eudora Breckenriggs Chuve. Oh, I truly like the sound of that.
Nagyszerű. Nézzük széjjel, hogy milyen is a Kürt. Itt van. Ez nem egy rossz dolog. De nem tudom, ez a zászló az annyira erős. Ez a egy cooldown csökkenés, ez rettenetesen erős. Tehát annyira sok a loyal egységünk, amivel ki tudjuk használni a hősképességet, hogy egyszerűen nem éri meg mást berakni. Hogy tudunk ide akkor eljutni? Majd innen? Aha, ó, itt lehet, hogy van valami, ha itt át lehet menni, nem. Jó. Nem így nézett ki a térképünk? De itt kéne lenni a kincses ládikán, a 420, hát ez elég gyenge. Azt mondtam, azt akarja, hogy építsünk valamit. Hát majdnem mindent tudunk építeni. Kivéve a falat. Mondjuk ez nem sok arany kell, ez csak a fára van szükségünk, de rengetegre. De még így is, hogy cseréltünk 1000 aranyat 800 fára, még így is nagyon kevés, így is rettentesen kevés fa van a tarsaiunkban, úgyhogy... Na, ti miről beszélgettek?
You can count on us, Queenie. Ivor will be a wall at your back, stout and strong. You're no cold without a beard. What are you poking me for? Ah, scrounging for coin, no doubt. Righty then, take this pouch and kindly get off my arse.
Enyhén adott 200.
You can count on us, Queenie. You can count on... You can count on... You can count on...
Kifigurázott a játék engem. Jaj, megint ilyen fogykosokkal lesz dolgunk. Hány darab láda van itt? 7, ha jól emlékszem. Nem, 8, ebből még csak 2-t szereztünk meg, úristen. Ez nagyon kevés, na mindegy.
Ah, you thundering dolt! I told you to hold your horses or you'll shake the hitch loose.
Oh, now you're a bleeding expert, are you? You overloaded the damn cart, that's why it's busted.
A wagon lay strewn across the middle of the road. Behind it stood others, some loaded with gold, jewels, and other valuables, others groaning under barrels of pickled meat. Each dwarf had his own theory about how the accident had come about, and thundered it out to all and sundry, peppered with choice invectives.
An odd caravan.
Meave said.
They don't look like merchants.
Nah, they ain't.
Gabor answered.
Dwarves of the Ferens clan, carrying gifts for the Drake. Remember Keltilis? When he took roost here, Ferences fought him for near a century. Then the dragon got weary of fighting and they realised he weren't going nowheres, so they cut a deal. He didn't bother them. They give him what he needs.
Well, well. And these offerings they send often?
Every week. Excuse me, got to separate them lads, for they tear out each other's beards. Hey there! Cool your idiot heads!
Gabor managed to douse his brethren's fiery tempers, but the wagon still lay across the road, blocking all traffic.
Queen,
said Xavier.
It is an easy repair. I've the tools, the parts. Need but your permission.
Of course. Go see what can be done.
Xavier did indeed make quick work of the problem. Within moments, the wagon was rolling smoothly down the road, good as new.
Well, shaft me, your highness,
said one of the dwarves.
Your engineer's got a pate like stewed meat, but he kens his trade, that's for certain.
I'll convey your words to him. Or at least part of them.
Me and the lads will be on our way now, but first, take this. Bit of gold by way of thanks.
Thank you.
Meave said, accepting the surprisingly heavy pouch.
In wartime, every copper counts.
The dwarf bowed in parting, shook the snow off his beard, then rejoined his caravan. Within a few moments, the wagons had disappeared around the bend.
Azért fogadtam el, mert lehet, hogy illetlen lett volna visszautasítani a jó akaratát a törpének. Nem akartam megsérteni azzal, hogy nem fogadom el az aranyát. Oh, Skag. Én adok neki. De most akkor 2 lapot gyűjtünk. Ez egy bomba. Az meg valami mérgezett titóka. Érdekes. Az a furi, hogy most 2 lapot gyűjtünk egyszerre. Hát jó legyen. Ja, mindegy. Tök jó, hogy így kiebb ereszti a kamerát, és akkor így rálátunk a zónára, hogyha odaállunk. Ó, itt már csatára számítunk mindjárt. Itt elhagytam valamit? Gyorsan lenézünk. Úgyis most szereztünk egy útjelzőtáblát, úgyhogy gyorsan fel tudunk menni. De elméletileg itt még van valami loot. Ez, itt ez. Hoppá. Mi ez? Viván? Sárkány? Hát ez már inkább sárkánynak néz ki, mint viván.
A pillar of smoke rose above the mountains, and a sooty aroma filled the air.
Fire!
Gabor said, then took a deep sniff.
Perhaps a bolt struck some barren trees?
No.
Meave said curtly.
I know that scent too well. All Edirn reeked of it. It's the smell of burning homes.
The Lyrians quickened their gait. Soon they saw a town fully aflame, and a roaring, furious dragon above it.
That's your Keltimus?
Gascon asked, shielding his eyes from the sharp glare emanating from the city.
You were right. Perfectly harmless.
Dinna ken what's got his knickers in a bunch,
the dwarf said, grabbing his axe from his belt.
Queen, we got to make haste to the rescue.
Smother your fears, Sir Dwarf,
Ake proclaimed. Without waiting for Mee's reply, he dropped his lance and galloped headlong towards the burning city.
Follow me! Slay the Viper!
Reynard!
Meave called out.
Have our men wet their cloaks for a modicum of fire protection. We move as soon as they're done. If we don't make haste, Ake will be reduced to smouldering plate.
Your Grace, they are but common soldiers. To fight a dragon.
I know, but we must help them, or at least try.
While Reynard went to pass on the order, Meave turned to Gabor.
This dragon, has it any weakness?
Fear not,
said the somber dwarf.
Except a fondness for raw meat.
Meave nodded and swallowed dryly. Despite the cold, she felt sweat pour down her scalp. Stifling her fear, Meave gave the order to attack, and her soldiers rode into the flaming city. From up close, Keltilis looked even more terrifying. Though enormous, he moved with shocking agility, like a lizard scurrying over sand. With one swing of his paw, he snapped the necks of 3 dwarves, then bisected a 4th with a powerful bite. After that, he turned his attention to the Lyrians.
More of you!
He said, twisting his bloody maw into a horrifying smile.
God!
Na gyerünk! Sárkányvadászat. 60 ereje van, az nagyon jó! Végre egy jó csata! Remélem lesz olyan jó, mint ahogy hívják. Igen, Xavier maradhat. Hát, hogy nézzem. Jó. Dobos jó. Kődobáló kell nekünk. Igen.
Behind me! Stay together!
Left, right, left, right.
The Harpent killed a dragon. It has to be possible.
Lyria!
Hol van Xavier? Itt van. Nagyszerű.
Fear not! We shall achieve our goal!
Give me a target.
What do you want of me?
Aye. You sure about that? Shite! He's raging now! Watch out!
Enemy milliról.
I smell a leak.
Your Grace, we're taking losses!
Tudom, nyugi van.
Company! Forward march!
Again and again and again.
I fear not, for faith guides me.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
The vermin's diminished, but be wary. Each blow it answers still with wrath and fury.
Na, az úr lángja. Viszlát.
That day, many Lyrians perished, either to the dragon's all-consuming fire or to its flesh-rending claws. Yet their sacrifice was not in vain. Together with the dwarves, they were able to grievously wound Celtulis, forcing him to flee. The howls of the wounded monster rang throughout the valley.
That's right, howl, you scurvy snake! Shouldn't they ever attacked us, eh? Damn fuel lizard!
Meave, that's Vavrenik, elder of the town and all the Ferences.
My regards and condolences.
Eh, tain't so bad. If nae for ye, wouldn't there be a stone left unrubbled? To be honest, when I caught wind some human queen come to Mahakam looking for aid, I said a crocus would sprout twixt my cheeks afore I'd vote aye on that. Gonna be a fear to look in my breeches after, but changed my mind. After what I saw today, what ye did for us, you've the support and undying gratitude of all Ferences.
Thank you. Faced with a Nilfgaardian peril, that means a great deal.
Forgive me for interrupting this tear-tugging scene of interracial reconciliation, but I can't hold back no longer. Vavrenik! Double shice! What happened? Why'd Celtulis attack?
I ken as much as ye, meaning squat diddly. Just flew up, started spewing flames, half the town lit up in a flash.
Sheepshank! 300 years I've been a good neighbour.
What's done's done. Gotta think about the future. The Drake's just taking a breather. Gotta finish him off for he's regained form.
Meaning we haven't much time. He heals like an alchemist's pup. And the nearest guards are miles away. He'll be up flying again before they get here.
Aye, that's what I thought. Perhaps, your grace, you'd,
What? Jest you must.
I ken you're tired frae the fight, dinna want to risk casualties, etc. But remember, the beast's sleeping on a bed of gold and rubies. All belonging by right to Brother, of course. But if quibbling some wandered off, he'd nae notice.
I
admit that does alter my calculations. Besides, the dragon was badly wounded.
Putting it featherly, blood poured out of him like a leaky bladder. Just needs a coup de grace.
Fine. I'll do the deed.
Ken you'd see the light.
Oi, Vavrenik, Vavrenik. This lady's gonna make your rump a regular crocus garden.
Aye. Queen's doing us a great service. One that'll profit us both.
So, where is Celtulis's lair?
Ez lesz az, amit mondtam, a fent a vörös barlang.
Go through here. It's a vast cavern. Ye canna miss it.
Meve bid farewell to Vavrenek and set out on her way. Did her way lead to the dragon's lair, you ask? Shh. Let's not spoil the surprise.
Na nézzük meg, miből élünk. Itt lesz a barlang. Ezt mondtam, hogy nagyon gyanús, hogy ott lesz egy jó kis csata. Viszont szerezzünk egy kis lootot. Erre még nem akarok jönni a hídhoz.
That stings. Got a blow on it a little. Trust a boarhead, and what do you get? A singed bahookie. Brown, red, gold. Every dragon's a right bastard. Wait! I'm coming with ye! Gonna beat that scaly bastard so hard he'll shoot fire out his arse!
Gyere! Gyere, komám, menjünk! Ó. Ezt még meghagyjuk. Na akkor menjünk sárkányozni.
Keltalis' lair was indeed impossible to miss, as would stand to reason, for any space capable of containing a dragon must be enormous. The lair's maw, a black triangle cut out of a vast plain of snow, loomed from afar. Confirming the dragon's presence was the powerful odor emanating from it, one of sulfur and blood.
Well then,
Gascon said,
ready to become a legendary dragon slayer?
Úgy azon is gondolkodtam, hogy lehet, hogy a sárkány az azért rágott be, mert a törpök, akik vitték neki az aranyat, lehet, hogy a sárkánynak szánt aranyból adták ide azt a 100 aranytallért nekünk. És lehet azért rágott be a sárkány, mert 100 arannyal kevesebbet kapott. De majd mindjárt kiderül.
My father oft said, never should you count pelts till the hunt is through.
Meve said, dismounting her horse.
It's all the more true when you hunt dragons. He's wounded, yes, but one puff of flame and we shall be not legends but corpses. Leave all thoughts of foolhardy bravery behind.
The Lyrians crept across the dragon's threshold. They walked single file, shields raised, watched by bats hanging from the ceiling. Keltalis lay curled up on a bed of diamonds and gold coins turned red from his blood. Seeing how he strained merely to lift his massive head, Meve knew the dragon no longer posed any threat.
Come to finish what your poison began?
The monster croaked hoarsely.
Fine. Do it then.
Keltalis turned over, exposing his vulnerable underbelly, and waited calmly for the fatal blow. Meve said, dropping her sword.
What poison?
Keltalis laughed while squeezing his bleeding side in pain.
So they didn't tell you? Lousy munchkins.
Hey! Watch your tongue!
Gabor yelled.
Sides! I didn't ken anything about it.
Keltalis looked the Lyrians over mistrustfully with his snake-like eyes, then began to tell his tale. The caravan Meve had met on the road was different to the others. This time, Keltalis's meat had been pickled in a special brine, one spiked with poison. As the dragon lay curled up in pain, Ferenc dwarves entered his lair and smashed his heads.
So if I understand correctly...
Meve interrupted.
You're female?
Correct. Same as you.
As if on command, all Lyrian eyes turned to Gabor.
Can you look at me? We didn't peek under his, its tail.
If I may,
Reynard interjected.
These revelations about Keltulus's sex are undeniably fascinating. But I'm more curious why the Ferences stooped to such a dishonorable deed.
That's easy enough to guess.
Meave said.
They were afraid the dragon would soon demand more tribute to feed its young, so they decided to strike preemptively.
A wise and noble deed.
Ake cried.
Evil must always be nipped in the bud.
To the Ferences' misfortune, they delivered too small a dose of poison. Infuriated at the sight of the broken eggs, the dragon gathered its strength and flew to the nearest town. Meave saw for herself what happened then. And now it was up to her to decide how this story would end. The dragon had killed dozens, perhaps even hundreds, but had been provoked first by the dwarves' heartless cruelty. Did it thus deserve death or mercy?
Én meg kímélem a sárkányt. Egyrészt egyességet kötöttek a törpökkel. A sárkány állta a szavát. Nem baszakodott a törpökkel. Aztán a törpök meg átverték, megölték a gyermekeit. És akkor hazudozunk nekünk, hazudoznak nekem, hogy a sárkány támadott. Hát persze, hogy támadott. Hát ki nem támadott volna én?
When judging my subjects, I would sometimes not know who bore the greater guilt,
said Meave.
But as ruler, I had to reach a verdict, often a harsh one.
The Queen returned her sword to its sheath.
This is not my land,
Meave said.
Nor are these my subjects. I don't have to choose the lesser evil.
Meave!
Gabor hissed.
Bruver will be furious.
Let him. And you, dragon, swear me this. When you heal, you shall leave Mahakam and never return.
You've my word. And my gratitude.
Meave was about to leave the cavern when the dragon blocked her way with its tail, then gathered a smattering of valuables at the Queen's feet. Each would be the prize of the Lyrian crown jewels. News that Meave had spared the dragon, which had killed dozens of dwarves, did indeed enrage the inhabitants of Mahakam, the Ferences in particular. But when the clans considered driving the Lyrians from the pass, Elder Vavrenek opposed it. No matter what happened after, he had sworn Meave his undying gratitude.
Your Grace, 'tis not right.
Na, Ake elhagy bennünket.
Calm down, Sir Ake. What's the problem?
The deed you've committed, most foul. As the good book says, whosoever standeth idle in the face of evil proveth guilty of the same. Know that I never stand idle. Yet I cannot stop you from doing so. Thus I must leave. I refuse to play any part in the wickedness you perpetrate.
Sir Ake.
Farewell, Queen. And may the gods have pity on your soul.
Gondoltam. Viszláták! Viszláták! Na. Hát viszont annyi pénzünk van, mint a rossz nyavaja, úgyhogy elkezdünk fejleszteni. És akkor hol volt a Training Grounds-nál, ezt akartam kifejleszteni. Nagyszerű! És akkor most várunk ennek, hogy legyen pénzünkre. Nem olyan sok kell, csak 2200. És most elég kevés egységünk van. Valami új dolgunk van? Ja igen. Persze, hogy új dolgunk van. Tudunk csinálni... Hol van? Ami kell nekünk? Ez, Strays of Spalat. Azt akartam nézni, hogy melyik az a fejlesztés, amelyik csökkenti a... Nem. Aha, ezt tehát már nem tudjuk jobban lecsökkenteni a költségén. Viszont egy Strays of Spalát, az biztos, hogy csinálunk. Nem érdekel, mennyibe kerül. Akarunk többet ebből? Kettő lehet, hogy jó lenne belőle. Na. Na most ott fognak üzenni, hogy megkímélted a sárkányt. Hát engem meg nem érdekel, mert bolondok ezek mind. Hú, az a híd, ez nem valami meggyőző. Ennyi hülyeségek voltak ezek az ötletek. Hát, az jó itt, ezt gyorsan felfedezzük. Megnézzük, mi van itt lent. Le akarják rakni a csávót?
Meave squinted, the better to see the scene. Several dozen dwarves had gathered on the cliff overlooking the chasm. All were turned towards a ramp, at the peak of which stood a barrel.
What is that gathering about?
Asked the queen.
Have we a feast day?
Nay,
answered Gabor grimly.
'tis an execution.
A hairy head peeked out of the barrel. The long, pointy nose and ears left no doubt that it belonged to a gnome. The first Meave had ever seen in her life.
Help! Save me!
The gnome yelled.
They aim to kill me! Cast me in the chasm!
Shut your maw!
Barked the dwarf standing next to him, who then shoved the gnome inside the barrel and covered it with a lid.
Your crimes! The sheer weight of him, hey? No lighter punishment is fitting!
The other gathered dwarves nodded approvingly. Two gripped the barrel, lay it on its side, then lifted it to cast in the chasm, paying the thumping from inside it no heed.
Hát tudjátok, hogy mi lesz ebből?
Meave leapt from her horse and, ignoring Gabor's objections, scrambled up the ramp.
Oi! You're not allowed! Hey, damn it! What do you think you're doing?
I think it's obvious. Preventing the execution.
Ah! Ah! Thanks be to the gods!
Whoa, wench! You've no such right! Judgment's been handed down. Sentencing's done.
Yes, and a cruel sentence it is. One that prompts me to wonder what the accused did to deserve it.
Ha! Better to ask what he didn't do, the varmint. Arrived here with his peddler's wagon full of tricks and gadgets. Went from house to house, praised his rubbish to the high heavens, and what's it he sold us?
Szerintem ez a csávó volt, aki otthagyta ezt a találmányos listát, aminek semmi értelme nem volt.
Bombs that go off in your hand. Beard growth formula that makes your hair catch fire. Music boxes for the kiddies. Once cranked, they never plough in stop.
You needed but to loosen the screw in the back and...
Shut your maw, ye roaster. Doesn't it matter all that? 'Cause we'd have forgiven it if he hadn't broken our sacred rules and hallowed customs.
Which ones, if you don't mind me asking?
Enter the smithy, cap on his head.
held nails between his teeth, and poured fruit syrup in his beer. Raspberry. Blech.
Az igen.
Just the once, and but a few drops.
You got nothing to explain your villainy, scoundrel. Not a thing. And that's not even the worst. Saved his highest crime for the end. He was in a mine, and he whistled.
Oh, aye, that's bad. Shouldn't have done that.
Aye, he did. Whistled through his teeth and hummed in harmony a long warble. We all heard it up and down the shaft, and our grandelders were clear. Death's the punishment. Death by barrel roll.
Egyszer az aranyat nem igazán akarok ráküldeni.
Your land, your laws, I shall not argue with them. But perhaps there is another way. Can a bail be posted?
Well, the law does allow for something of the sort. But I don't see how that job is worth it.
Oh, aye, he is.
Willing I am to take him at his word. Does that suffice?
Aye. But just so's we're clear. No returns, no refunds. Now get the hell out of that barrel, you wee shite.
My lady, I haven't a way to thank you.
Barnabás! Barátom! Megérkezett
That
az
we've
új
yet to
barátom.
discuss. Perhaps first we should learn each other's names?
Aye, yes, of course. What a prat of me. Barnabas. Barnabas Beckenbauer. To friends, Bibi.
Meve, Queen of Lyria and Rivia.
Queen? Cows in the corn, colour me honoured. Your Majesty, obeisance due.
None necessary. Protocols for use at court, not beyond it. An inventor you deem yourself. Am I right?
Most assuredly. Though, truth be told, the dwarves saw no ingenuity in my craft. Seems I'm ahead of my time.
Fiery bursts in the palm of your hand. They shall be in fashion one day, to your mind.
Oh, nay, just a bit of misfortune, that's all that was. You see, I mistook mercury fulminate for saltpeter. The vials stood beside each other, see, and...
The details I need not know. But one matter I am curious about. Could you construct a bomb that would explode when desired? For instance, beneath my foe's feet as they stepped over it.
Of course I can. It's simple.
Why then? You wish to show your gratitude? You must join my ranks. Assist me to defeat Nilfgaard.
Defeat Nilfgaard? Pure ambition, that is. But I'd have been a barrel of broken bones at the bottom of a ravine, if not for you. I'll do what you ask to pay off my debt.
And thus, for the first time in Lyrian annals, a gnome enlisted with the army. And though Barnabas Beckenbauer was diminutive of body, this new recruit would prove his worth on more than one occasion.
You change your mind, lass, let me know, eh? Got the barrel ready and waiting. You change your mind, lass. You change your mind. You change your mind. You changed your mind last lemon? Well, a damn shame. What with such good visibility today, too? Well, you changed your mind last, let me know, eh? Got the barrel ready and waiting.
Azt mint is kizoomolunk a mapból, és akkor jobban rálátunk. Viszont megnézzük Barnabást, hogy mit tud.
Your Majesty, allow me once again to express my undying gratitude.
You're most welcome, Barnabas, but please, we haven't need for any formalities when speaking alone.
Well, of course. How might I help you then?
I like to know. No, I must know who I travel with. Please do tell me about yourself.
About me? I've most civil relations with dwarves, as you saw. But is there anything in particular you'd like to know?
Why not start at the beginning? Tell me where you hail from, perhaps.
Oh, right. Well, I was born in the distant south, in Tir Tokhair. My mother was a washerwife, my father, an armourer. Soon as I'd passed 40 winters and could strike out on my own, I left the family, my native parts. So I've been on the road now about, 20-odd years.
Szóval 60 éves vagy.
Indeed. A rather long while. Did the South simply not suit you?
Oh, I wouldn't say that exactly. It's just staying would have meant stepping into my father's shoes. Then forging blade after blade, plate after plate. Oh, just thinking on it sets my head a-spinning. Not for me, that, no. No, nature. The world so rich in mysteries, in wonders left to discover, and ways to make it a better place.
By building bombs that explode in the hand, for instance.
As those bearded fellas say, Mahakam wasn't built in a day. Besides, nobody was seriously hurt by those malfunctions. Not many, at any rate.
At the moment, have you any invention you've worked on? One that's near complete?
Oh, so kind. Oh, wonderful, you should ask. See, I've ever had an avian fascination. For birds, you see. Their wings, bones. The structure's perfect. The aerodynamicism, the plumage. In short, I believe I can fly.
I beg your pardon?
Yes. Yes, I'm learning to fly. Fly. You've not misheard. I, Barnabas Beckenbauer, will be the first gnome... Oh, what am I saying? The first mammal to free himself of the soil's bondage and soar to the clouds.
But aren't bats also...
A detail. This is no time to be petty. No, but frankly, my preparations are far advanced, and I'm rather optimistic about my design and prospects. I've calculated every trajectory, every force. It all works out. Just need to do a few more field tests.
Did you have volunteers try it, or did you test the design yourself?
Naturally, I must stay on the ground. Who take all the measurements elsewise. Luckily, there's no lack of thrill-seekers in Mahakam. Most eager to etch themselves into the annals. My first prototype, the Skylicker, I dubbed it. Oh, Your Majesty, if you'd only seen the beauty. Flew over 120 ells.
Truly? Colour me impressed indeed. He must have made quite the name for himself, your brave volunteer. I'm certain he's caught the eye of every she-dwarf in Mahakam since.
Oh no, he's dead. The landing, it was rough. And then a bear sauntered by, didn't help any. Anyhow, as he died, the dwarf swore he regretted nothing. Brave lad. A bit daft, though.
I see. But the next time you request I try one of your inventions, I'd ask you to remind me of this touching tale. Time I attended to other matters.
Ah, yes, you're still here.
Na. A lap az mit csinál? Barnabás. Hol van Barnabás? Oh, itt van. Az jó. Ez nagyon imba. Jó. És akkor hol jártunk? Felmegyünk ide, ezeket itt összeszedjük, aztán lemegyünk oda balra. Ó, itt is lesz valami dumálás.
Every year more monsters crawl out for spring cleaning.
Vagy csata. Pár dolog, és akkor oda megyünk. Jó.
Remember, if you pass a snail en route to the mine, share a wee bite with him. Never, ever whistle in the mines. Now hold on. Pour you some hooch first. Makes for merrier marching when things get frosty. Remember, every year...
Aha, tehát akkor ez morált adott. Hát mindegy.
The blizzard's blowing in. Your Grace, perhaps we'd best pitch camp and wait for clear weather.
Tain't a bad idea. Said we might be waiting a week.
Then we march on. We've no time to waste. While we ride to and fro begging aid, Nilfgaard grows in power. We must obtain reinforcements as quickly as possible and liberate our home.
Na, egy mivel? Vagy kukorix, vagy nem tudom mi ez. Nem kell lesz. Odó maradhat. Egy elég. Jó.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
This could hurt.
When will you ever learn?
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
I'm a one, sir.
Left, right, left, right.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Játszunk egy Mysterious Ability-t. Na, a következő kör.
Again and again and again. Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Not supposed to be any smoke.
Legyen a magical barrier. Egyenlőre még nem használjuk.
Getting to work.
Aye.
My favourite cut of lamb? The shank.
What do you want of me?
Watch your heads!
Na nézzük, mit tudnak csinálni. Az igen. Visszahúzom Xaviert.
Should have listened to me, old lady.
Van más valaki orderrel? Nem látok ordert, úgyhogy Xaviert kijátsszuk.
My scars? No, they don't hurt.
Catch!
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Még van 2 egységem, úgyhogy először kijátsszuk a... A hárpia.
You sure about that?
Looking to dance, mate?
Ez annyira jó. Ez a képesség. Ezt átütjük a túlsó sorba. Na, ez jó csata volt. Elpasszoljuk. Na, 5 perc, mindjárt itt vagyok, és akkor innen folytatjuk. Na, visszatértem. Néha meg kell mozgatnia az embernek magát egy kicsit a sok ülés után. Ó, kis vivernhusi. Na, még nem vagyok elég közel. Mi van ide lent? Ohó, kérdőjel. Bekukkantunk. Mivel a sztorira nincsen nagyon hatással, ezért elfogadjuk a treasure mapot. 3-szor 2 barlanggal, vagy 2 bejáróval. Na, nézzük, hogy hol láttattunk ilyet. Nézzük csak. Ezek a riportok, de nem kellenek. Tehát ez bent lesz egy ilyen kis szorosba. Ez itt van. Itt, ahol a puzzle van, ez itt lesz a kincs, úgyhogy mehetünk felfelé. Közben használjuk az altárt, amivel kijavítjuk a morálunkat. Úristen, mi van itt? A hidat megnézem előtte.
Meve rode on in silence, endeavoring to work out the length of her exile thus far. A scout's call tore her from her reverie.
Your Grace! You must see this!
With a grave mien, the soldier indicated a track in the snow. The hobnail boot print was all too familiar. Meve had seen it before, upon Lyria's sandy tracks, and midst the ashes to which Edern had been turned.
Nilfgaardian footmen.
Seethed Meve.
Marched through of late.
Interrupted Gascon.
A day, perhaps 2 days past.
The scouts had learned a Nilfgaardian caravan with an armed escort had recently arrived in Mahaka. The invaders had brought with them chests brimming with gold and jewels, then exchanged these for the finest Mahakaman-forged swords and spears. A scout gave me one of the coins the Blackclads had used for payment. Upon the coin's back, the Lyrian eagle.
They pay with gold from my vault.
The Queen said through gritted teeth.
For arms that will cut down my fighting men and subjects.
We might yet pursue and hunt them down,
said Reynard, a spark in his eye.
And make certain Ed Dahi never lays hands on those weapons.
You might, I can.
Piped up Gabor, who had been listening to their exchange.
But you might also recall, we Mahakamans are neutrals who assure all guests within our borders safety. True, formally speaking, the Nilfgaardians have passed outside them, but attack him a stone's throw from our gates, and you'll see Brewer's rage come out his ears as steam, and out his arse as fire.
Gabor, forgive me,
said the Queen.
This caravan we must attack. I must stop the Nilfgaardians. And entirely apart, I should be quite content to watch Brewer spew fire.
Gabor's mouth gaped as he tried to protest, but the Lyrian soldier's laughter drowned out his grunts. Meve gave the signal to depart. Soon after, Queen and company descended upon the foe's caravan, and a battle ensued.
Biztos, hogy nem. Hát akkor annak valamilyen speciális alapnak kell lennie, mert egyébként nem tudom áthozni. Nem kell, nem kell. Ő maradhat, dobos maradhat. Íjászok nem kellenek.
I want that transport in one piece!
Nilfgaard!
Jaj, de jó. Ez nagyon rossz.
Again and again and again.
Wise choice.
Ó, de utálom ezt a lapot.
Armor won't say. Aye. Oh, could murder a pint.
Ezt le is ütöm egyből. Meg ezt megütjük.
Order!
That was not in the spell books.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Egyenlőre nem tudunk többet tenni az ügy érdekében.
Off to the front yet again.
Ez viszont nagyon jó lesz, hogyha ez itt marad. Mert hívunk segítséget. Kis dobos.
Left, right,
feltámasztó.
left, right.
És az a lényeg, hogy játsszuk Odót.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
I'd hoped we could solve this some other way.
Ja, még ki kell játszanom ezt a lapot. Hát,
Should have listened to me, old lady.
I said I wish to capture the transport!
Jól van, tudjuk. Nyugodj meg.
Quiet, or the commissar will hear.
Hú, ez jó.
Looking to dance, mate?
És a következő körben ezt már át is tudom dobni ide valahol.
Scheiß! In! Zwei!
De csinálunk neki helyet. Itt hozzunk vissza.
The transport's ours.
Crushed by their defeat, the Nilfgaardians tossed the chests into the snow lining the road and rode off to the cracking of their whips. One chest burst open, revealing a weapon wrapped in greased leather. Gascon removed the leather and held aloft a sigil that shone with newly forged luster. He examined it from all sides, then put his thumb to its blade. Blood immediately squirted out.
Ooh! Sharp bastard,
He said, clearly impressed. Hearing these words, Gabor unexpectedly burst out laughing.
What's got you so tickled, if you don't mind my asking?
Custom holes! The first words out a warrior's mouth upon seeing a sill become the blade's name. So, Congrats! You've dubbed it!
Gascon stood there awkwardly as Meve took the weapon from him.
I'd have chosen a different name personally, one with a bit more dignity. But Sharp Bastard has an undeniable charm. And I cannot wait to try it out on Nilfgaardian plate.
Aye, but perhaps nae in Mahakam.
Gabor interjected.
You've made a fine enough mess for yourselves as is. Gonna need to amend for it somehow. And that'll nae be easy.
Tidings of Meve's deeds soon reached Bruverhoog's meaty ears. And though there was no fire, despite Gabor's insistence to the contrary, there was also no doubt the Elder-in-Chief was livid. Only the Zigrin's intercession on their behalf kept the Lyrians from being thrown out of the mountains.
Oh, ezt megnézem, hogy ez mire jó. Ó, végre fa! Amik ez nem olyan sok fa, de ez... Azaz, végre fa! Erre van szükségünk. Háj, de jó érzés, mikor van az embernek fa a tarsójában. Na nézzük. 3 körös, az teljesen jó. Ez kérdéses. Kipróbáljuk. Mert nem tudom, hogy ez most akkor véglegesen megmarad a damage-e, mert akkor az úgy elég erős lehet. De egyébként meg ez nagyon gyenge. Ha belegondoltok. Hát 1 damage, utána 2, 3. Hát ez semmi. Hát ez a flail-lel alapból 3-at ütünk 3 darabra, az 9 damage. Szóval ez akkor éri meg, hogyha a csatákból saját, tehát ezt, hogyha lehet fejleszteni magaddal és úgy vinni. De kipróbáljuk. Tehát ne azon múljon. Hogy állunk? Jó, és akkor itt elmegyünk jobbra, mert ott még van kincs, meg minden. Ez mi? Sose figyelj. A bányába. Ó, egy vrét. Miért nem már régen harcoltunk? Meg kell ölni a szörnyet? Hős képesség nincs. Ezt nem tudom kihasználni ezzel. Húzzuk az időt? Mennyit tudunk erre ütni? Az itt a legnagyobb kérdés. Tehát... Ez orderös. A zeal az nem tudom mit jelent.
There's been a mistake. I'm no mage. Greetings. What is it?
Gonna need 3 buckets of nails and a tub full of pegs.
Na nézzük ezt meg újra. Egyenlőre még nem tudom, hogy kéne csinálni. Hát először kijátszom ezt.
Greetings. What is it?
Stop your yapping and start digging.
Ezt nem értem. De értem, hogy
Listen in the
van.
moat? Oh, you're dead.
If anyone asks, you've not seen me. There's been a mistake. I'm no mage.
Na, megoldottuk. És itt van egy áshatás. $100 arany. Azt a kutya vigadóját neki. Ez nem valami sok. Három per 8. Elég rosszul állunk a... ládákkal. Még mondjuk nem főküldetés jön.
We shan't pass this way.
Oh, Rainer, whatever would we do without you? Plummet off the cliff like lemmings, no doubt.
Szeretik egymást.
Meave squinted and gazed off into the distance. It seemed to her that hundreds of black patches covered the peaks on the horizon. Once she had ridden up closer, she realized these were the windows of homes carved out of solid rock.
Our pride this was,
sighed Gabor.
Burra's Rump. A city carved out of mountain rock. Hundreds of miles of tunnels, dozens of steelworks, smithies and forges. Now, it's a vast lair to monsters. They ooze from underground, weave their nests, hatch their young, and when hunger hits them in the gut, they prowl down into the pass.
Meave stood at the entrance to the underground city. The monumental gate, cast in bronze, lay on the ground, folded multiple times as a scroll of paper. Out of blackened windows oozed a stench of rotting meat and mold. The Queen bent an ear to hear water dripping, and, in the distance, a metallic scraping. A sound akin to chitinous scales rubbing against rock.
The soldiers await your order, Your Grace,
said Reynard quietly, as if he feared he would wake the beasts asleep in the caverns.
Do you recall my words as we fled Lyria?
Said Meave, turning to Reynard.
You swore you would retake your crown, even if you had to penetrate hell to do so.
Time to follow that oath.
The Queen inhaled deeply and stepped forward, her sword raised and prepared to strike or parry. Moments later, it was swinging, biting, as the current tenants of Burrows Rump came out to meet her.
Na nézzük az új hős képességet. Hát ezt megcsináljuk. Legalábbis megpróbálom megcsinálni. Na. Azt mondja. Hát egyelőre maradhat, ő kell. A kutya azt elrakjuk. Őt elrakjuk, ő nem kell. Xavier maradhat. Az egyik dobost kicserélem. Így. Tökéletes.
Oh, this stench is foul.
I'd like to make it known that us gnomes don't run so fast. You know, in case you were planning to skip out on the quick.
Left, right, left, right.
Ah, damn it! They're hatching! Place is about to swarm with creepers!
Na, szükségünk van íjászra. Az nagyon jó nekünk.
I smell a leak.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Fear not. We shall achieve our goal.
Got a death wish?
My favorite cut of lamb? The shank.
Egyenlőre nem állunk valami jó. Na, ez kell nekem. Ezt átrakjuk ide. Ezt kirakjuk, ez 3-at fog lőni, és akkor ezzel meg tudom ölni ezt. Megöljük ezt. Meg kéne sebesüljön. De jó lett volna, ha megsérül. Viszont tudunk olyat csinálni. Hogy megütjük őt. Már 4-et üt. Őt visszahúzzuk. Bezárjuk a körünket. Aha, tehát hogy a slice-ádokra rámászunk.
You mad? Don't shake that!
Egyenlőre jó az így. Egyenlőre 4-et ütünk. Az a lényeg, hogy most kihasználjuk a líriai kürtöt. Mert most meg tudjuk ölni ezt a slice-ádot. Egyenlőre csak időt húzunk.
For you, pal! Anything!
Először is megütöm őt ennyivel, meg megölöm őt.
We must trust each other.
Nincsen senki. Az jó nekünk. Mennyit tud ez damage-elni rá? Ez 10-et fog ütni. Ez a 2 3-at. Mennyit ütünk? 6-ot ütünk. Hogyha ide ütünk, akkor ez 22, 12... Az baj, nem tudom, hogy elég lesz-e. Egyenlőre kijátszom őt.
Not supposed to be any smoke.
Ez jó. És a decoyból visszavesszük az arbalistát? Nem, Gábort. És közben ezzel leütöm a Slizarodot. Mert így lesz rá elég idő. Több damage-ünk nem lesz, de az út tüzével meg tudjuk ölni.
This way! Follow me!
Though wounded, Meve approached the Shaelmar, which lay writhing on the ground. She then ran her sword through its heart, finishing it. Yet so spent was she that she lacked the strength to pull her blade from between the plates of the chitinous armor.
The beast near took me.
She whispered.
It was very close.
Még egy ilyen kártya.
The Lyrians reached a vast hall that had once served the clans as their meeting room. The stone benches were covered in sticky slime and insectoid eggs, while bats of varying size hung from the crystal chandeliers. Gascon rummaged through old, weathered bones, surely hoping to find something of value. Gabor, in turn, was at a shut and locked door, grappling with it as if it were a deadly beast. The door finally gave way with a sigh, and the dwarf raised his arms in a triumphant gesture.
It's a storeroom. Should hold miner's tools aplenty,
he said, enthused.
Some barrels of alchemical brews in here too. Lucky there's no sign of moisture. They haven't soaked through. All's we've got to do is roll them out into the corridor and set a bit of fire to them, and whoomph! We'll have sealed the beasts off from the pass once and for all.
Meave treated the dwarves' instructions as hallowed. Soon after, the mountains trembled from a powerful explosion. Rubble came down and blocked the tunnels. They say the plumes of smoke escaping the window openings in the rock could be seen as far as Aldersburg.
Rengeteg alapanyag, ez az. Valamit kaptunk, riportot. Aha, tehát itt ezzel akarták figyelmeztetni az Eldarin Chiefet. Kaptunk egy új lapot, azt tudom. Hát ez tök hülyeség. Ez biztos, hogy nem használnám. Ekkora baromságot még nem láttam. Minek akarnám egyáltalán azt megcsinálni? Nem is értem. Viszont van elég fa alapanyagunk, úgyhogy lehet, hogy ezt most megcsináljuk. Na, ezzel is meg vagyunk. Következő lépésként kimaxoljuk a sörsátrat. És utána, hát majd meglátjuk. Lehet, hogy a training groundsra ráfekszünk. Mert ezek rettentesen drágák. Meg nem is, ez meg se éri. Akkor már inkább legyen lapunk feloldva. Na jó. Hol vagyunk a mapon? Itt lesz még valami. Nézzük meg, mi ez. ...75 fáj. Hát jó, de másképp nem tudjuk megszerezni a lapot. Úgyhogy összeszedjük, de nem szeretek fát áldozni. Aha, itt van is egy láda. Más ládát mutat még a játék. Itt van egy elzárt item, itt van még egy láda. Jó. Akkor még van láda itt bőven. Na menjünk.
Dark clouds hovered over the horizon and a strong gale snapped their banners.
Damn it, a storm's coming. Gabor! Take us to the nearest settlement. We must seek shelter.
Soon the Lyrians arrived in Stuhlkamp. The town square proved full of folk. Several dozen dwarves laden with large sacks and satchels stood about in smaller groups. When a thick snow began to fall, the dwarves cheered. Tears streamed down the cheeks of several, but Meave could not tell if they issued from some fortuitous occurrence, or if the strong wind had wrung moisture from their eyes.
What is it we witness? Why do they rejoice at a snowstorm?
Asked Meave, pulling her hood over her head.
Well, the blizzard's good cause to postpone their expedition by another day.
Gabor responded.
See, They've been conscripted by drawn lots to be settlers. Found homes in a village in Blackbrook Vale. 7 expeditions have gone that way already, and none survived longer than a year. Valley's cursed. No two ways about it.
Intrigued, Meave proceeded to speak with the settlers' leader. He confirmed Gabor's claim. He had buried many a previous colonist. All had been abnormally thin, pale, prematurely greyed, as if some wraith had drawn the lifeblood out of them. Once the dwarf had finished his tale, he gripped the Queen's hand firmly, and promising a generous reward, begged that she and her Lyrians accompany the expedition to Blackbrook Valley.
'Tain't far. Mere few leagues north along the main road. We'll make the march much easier to ken with the whole army, in case of any danger.
I know not how useful our swords can be against curses and spectres,
said Meave.
but leave you bereft and in need I will not. We shall march with you into Blackbrook Vale and see to it that you are safely arrived. Then we will march on.
The dwarf sped off to announce the good tidings to his settler brethren. By the time the blizzard had abated, they were ready to march.
Na. Az jó. Ez jó messze van. Na jó van.
Be bold. Take on challenges, risks even. But before you set out to do anything, buy yourself some proper insurance. Always darkest for the dawn. Or when the last candle in the mine goes out. Waiting's painful. Forgetting's painful. But an arse dragged across cinders is the worst kind of suffering. Fall down 7 times, get a bait. Then clobber the dunderhead who keeps shoving you. Be bold. Fall down 7. Waiting's painful. Forgetting's painful. But an arse dragged across cinders is the worst kind.
Na nézzünk széjjel. Ó, fa. Hát nem sok volt itt, de több mint a semmi. Na beszéljünk ezekkel a törpékkel itt fenn.
Stay clear of Borrow's Rump! Unless you like shale matters, that is. The elder gets a wee stranger every year. Scary to think where he'll be 100 from now. I'd cut my beard, but I haven't yet received written permission. I'd cut my beard. I'd cut my... The elder gets a wee stranger every year. Scary to think where he'll be 100 from now.
Ezt összeszedjük, és akkor utána itt le tudunk menni ebbe az irányba. Jó. Ó, ott hárpiák lesznek, már látjuk előre. Nagyszerű. Nem. Az jó. Az is jó. Xavier maradhat. Kutya nem. Ez így jó. Rendes hosszú csata? Hát ez nem éri meg ez a képesség, szerintem ez a Sihil. Visszaállítja egyre az erőt, tehát most ennek nem sok értelmét látom, nem, mert a végén csak olyan 7-ig tudtuk elsztekkelni, de hát... Hát mindegy.
Left, right, left, right.
Majd visszaváltjuk a flare-re, mikor... Még jó, hogy nem a dobos tette meg.
Watch your heads! catch!
Még fel tudja stackelni, ami hasznos.
Again and again and again.
My pain serves a purpose.
Army's a waste of time for one.
Make love, not war.
We must trust each other.
Oh, sorry, turnips back for an encore.
Hogy ki kell játszani. Lényegtelen. Passzolja el a kört, vagy nem? Szaviat visszahozom. És akkor megnyerjük ezt a kört. Egyet lehet tudunk még cserélni. Őt kicseréljük, hát ez nem jött be.
Aye. Should have listened to me, old lady.
Ezt átteszem ide.
One bolt all I need.
Megöljük a medvét. Megöljük a hárpiát. Megöljük ezt a hárpiát. És megöljük ezt a hárpiát. Még elég sok damage-ot tudunk okozni. Utolsó lapommal nem sok mindent tudok majd kezdeni, viszont remélhetőleg még tudok egy nagyot ütni valakiben. Azt a képességet viszont vissza fogom váltani, mert ez nem olyan erős. Egy körön belül elég sok mindent lehet vele kezdeni, hogyha hagyod felsztekkelni, de hát...
Fear not! We shall achieve our goal!
Ezt ütöm meg. És elpasszoljuk a kört. Két lappal még remélem, hogy nem fog tudni sok mindent kezdeni. A tojást már nem öljük meg, az nem kell ki. Igen, és még egy lapja van. Jó. Hát jól van. Na itt az egyik ládikó. Kíváncsi vagyok, mennyit ér. 700 arany, az egész jó. Hogy állunk a térképpel? Ezt megcsináltuk. Akkor itt fent, ezt kell megnéznünk, utána meg ezt a részt itt, jó. Egyenlőre nem költekezünk nagyon, mert ó, egy kovács. Miben segíthetek, uram? Persze, hogy odadom. Hogy ne adnám oda? Megvan a nord. Az északi szél. Hol van az északi szél? Itt van, mit csinál? Ez nem egy rossz lap. Mondjuk a Azur az nagyon erős lap. Ez bizonyos esetekben nagyon erős tud lenni. Ilyen szörnyek ellen, mint például a hárpiák. Hát annyit nem ér szerintem, hogy kicseréljem. A decoy az rendhetően jó lap. széles körben lehet használni. Nem baj, megvan ez is akkor legalább. És akkor ezt tudnánk kifejleszteni, ugye? Ami nem egy rossz dolog, de még nincs rá szükségem. Ehhez kell 500. 3500 fára van szükségünk. Azzal meg így, hogyha ezt néznénk, akkor 4000-re. Jó, hát összeszedünk 4000 fát, és akkor majd utána hagyjuk itt a lootot. Mondjuk kíváncsi vagyok a mérgezett kupára, hogy az milyen képesség. Na, menjünk rá a törpékhez.
Meve had stopped and was removing packed ice from her mare's fetlocks when Gabor Zigrin approached. The dwarf squatted at the queen's side, glanced about quickly, then started speaking in a barely audible whisper.
Your Majesty, I overheard some folk talking in the smithy. Birdies claim there's treasure, true riches, in the hills near Blackbrook Vale, south of here. Stowed away there. And nobody dares go looking for it on account of beasts that have made their lairs there. But you've got a wee army behind you. I reckon you could try. Might be worth the risk, eh?
The queen brushed the snow from her knees and, raising a hand against the glaring sunlight, peered towards the mountains. Though tempted, she had doubts. To start, the rocky scree at their feet warned clearly of avalanches.
I shall think on it,
She answered, before vaulting into her saddle.
Blackbrook Vale holds many secrets and many treasures. Discover your head in the mountains. Hoo-hoo-ha, hoo-hoo-ha, unforgiving winters come. Fear no snow nor icy gale, fight the frost with mugs of ale. Discover your head in the mountains. Hoo-hoo-ha, hoo-hoo-ha, discover your head. Hoo-hoo-ha, discover your head.
Már annyi katonám van, annyi lapot tudnék gyártani, hogy hadseregnek elég lenne, de nem. Na, nézzük, mi van itt. Ó, mi ez, valami kifőzde? Van itt más is? Nincs, csak a puzzle, úgy néz ki. Vele nem lehet beszélni. Na, gyerünk! Bár ez így nem jó. Nekem is sör.
Impossible. I can't believe it. Gascon, he drank a dwarf under the table.
I've said it before, I think, dear Reynard. You simply underestimate him.
Na, mi a mehekemi sörnek a képessége? Ez nem egy rossz dolog. Ez körönként 4 bónusz. Még ez kivételesen elég hasznos lehet. Na mi van itt?
The following is proclaimed by formal decree of the Elder. From here on in, you're on your own wench.
Adunk 100-at. Nőjön meg a morál. Na nézzünk széjjel, hagytunk el valamit. Úgy néz ki, hogy nem. Akkor bemegyünk a...
In Blackbrook Vale, you're advised to never stop or stray from the road.
Tehát, az nem én
Follow
vagyok.
the Four Dwarves Codex. It'll save your life. In Blackbrook Vale, you're advised to never follow the four. In Blackbrook Vale. In Blackbrook.
Jó, nem mond több mindent, úgyhogy tovább megyünk. Nem lehet arra elmenni. Na pont ide akartam kiállni én.
What is this place?
Blackbrook Vale.
Quite lovely.
Aye, and damned dangerous. Keep your arms at the ready.
Ó, ott egy troll. Cimboránk. Igen, ami azt jelenti, hogy elmegyek az útról. Összedek mindent. Ó, itt is találunk valami szövegezést. Na menjünk a trollhoz. Ó, troll puzzle. Na, az a remek. Hát kíváncsi vagyok, hogy milyen lesz ez. Mert az ilyenek általában furák. Ötöt hát kell raknunk ide. Aha, tudom, hogy kell. Őt átdobom, mert jobban nem tudok. Nem így akartam. Őt átdobjuk, mert ővel nem tudunk mit kezdeni. Nem, ez így nem jó. Akkor őt átdobjuk. Nem, ez így nem jó. Igazság szerint őt nem is kell átdobnunk. Őt áthozzuk ide egyszerűen, és akkor ővel nem kell foglalkoznunk, nem? És egyszerűen átdobjuk a leggyengébbet. Most. És őket meg kicseréljük. Őt átdobjuk. Őt átforszoljuk. Őt átdobjuk. Őt átforszoljuk. Na. Egyenlőre az altárral nem törődünk, mert Maximum van a morálunk. Ó, végre be tudok trédelni értelmesen. Ez biztos, hogy becserélem. Annyi van, mint a rossz nyolja, és nem tudok vele mit kezdeni. Ez teljesen megérte. Eddig ez volt a leghasznosabb, amit tudtunk csinálni. Kár, hogy mondjuk nincs itt egy gyors utazás, mert oda kelleni fog nekünk egy, de hát... Itt lehet majd kincs, ezt el tudom képzelni egy térképhelynek. Megküzdünk a lidérccel, van valami különleges? Jó, mindegy, elfelejtettem cserélni a hős képességet. Kutya nem kell, mert azt elő tudjuk hívni. Odó maradhat, ő maradhat. Nem kellett. Mindegy. Nem, a Strays of Spaulára nincs szükségünk. Így viszont nem kell dobos. Két körös? Akkor kezdjünk egy drummer boy-jal.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Jó, hát azért ilyeneket nem csinálunk.
Catch! My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Kijátsszuk Zigrin.
You sure about that?
Na, pont így gondoltam.
Armor won't save.
Nézzük, mit játszik ki, hogyha passzolna. Visszahozom inkább Gábort. És befejezem a körömet. Érdekes, mert... Home timer nem fog expire-ölni szerintem róla. Aha, jól döntöttem. És akkor elpasszoljuk mi is.
I smell a leak.
De ennél jobb ötletem nincs, hogy mit tudnék kijátszani.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Ezzel 5-öt lövök rá. De tudok olyat is, hogy egyet lövök rá. Hát annak nem sok értelme van. Mennyi damage-re lenne szükségem? 6-ra legalább. Hát akkor kijátszuk őt.
What? Oh, yes, yes, I'm on it.
Az nagyon jó. Ez kell nekem.
Left, right, left, right.
Jó, hogy ez az... Én helyemre állítja ezt is ki. Az egész jó. Az akkor nem is egy rossz lap. Oh.
My favorite cut of lamb, the shank.
Viszont itt most már tudunk ilyet kijátszani. És ezzel tudunk ilyet. Nekem Xavier kell, és akkor tudok dobolni egy csomót.
Fear not. We shall achieve our goal.
Again and again and again.
Ah, should have listened to me old lady.
Na, valamit játsszál ki.
One bolt's all I need.
Megölök itt dragot is. Nem rossz ez a szihil így. Mert így a stackeket összestackelve egy kör alatt annyit ki tudok zúdítani a lojalistákkal.
It's not too late to walk away.
Oh, could murder a pint.
Az armorra beleütjük. És következő körben 3-at is tudok ütni. Kegyetlen mennyiségig tudok boostolni magunkon.
Her Majesty is exceptional.
You must sweat like a swine in that jacket.
Na nézzük, mire képes. Hány jászom van? 2? 5 damage-em van. Tehát, hogyha ezt megüti a tűz, akkor a következő körben meg tudom ölni a líriai kürttel. Van valakinek kegyetlen sok armorja? 2 a legtöbb? Vagy akkor megütöm őt. Meg megütjük őt. Na! 417 pont. Észre szejtő győzelem. Na. Na, ez már a 6. telepes volt. Csoport. Csórók. Lement a morálunk, úgyhogy visszamegyünk, azt összeszedjük itt a morált, mert akkor annál kevesebbet kell majd gyalogolnunk érte. De elég szépen gyarapodik a vagyonunk megint, úgyhogy lassan tudunk megint fejleszgetni. És már majdnem a mapnak a végén járunk. Nem hiszem, hogy ma végigmegyünk az egészen, de... ott lesz egy barlang, de előtte ide lejövünk, ezt kifosztjuk. Az arany már annyira nem is érdekel, inkább a fa. Na nézzük meg, hogy mi van itt. Nem. Adunk 50 fát, nem bolygatjuk meg a sírjaikat a törpéknek. Abból mindig csak a baj van, ha megbolygatják a sírokat.
Black Brook Vale. The name itself embodied infamy. Neve arrived expecting misty ravines, decrepit trees bound in spiders' webs and swarms of bats. What she saw was a warmly gurgling stream and the valley's gentle slopes blanketed in crocus blooms. Only a village of abandoned, ruined huts and a cemetery stretching to the horizon behind it attested to the valley's grim past.
The village seems shrouded in a guise. Be not deceived,
said the Queen.
Reynard, some men to search the environs for any sign of life.
The blood-curdling roar that came from the ruins a moment later proved the Queen's caution warranted beyond any doubt.
Na, gúlok! Shorten but special rules. Okay. Nem. Az jöhet. Dobos, dobos, az jó. Egyet elcserélek, így jó lesz.
Protect the settlers!
És mi a special rule?
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Hát szerintem ide jön az Azure Lightning. Főleg úgy, hogy ezzel tudjuk már egyből boostolni a...
Fear not! We shall achieve our goal!
Ez viszont nagyon jó így.
One daughter I need. Make love, not war.
Aye. Her Majesty is exceptional.
Should have listened to me, old lady.
My favourite cut of lamb? The shank.
Először megbusszolom magunkat.
Left, right, left, right.
I smell a leak.
Gábort kijátszunk. Gábor fogsz dimizselni ide, meg ide. Ezzel adsz esélyt nekünk a...
Feel any burning? See a local healer or wise woman.
A szörnyek annyira gyengék.
Looking to dance, mate?
As ordered.
Mennyi 5 damage-en van? Szükségem van egy íjászra.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Hát legyen imádkozzunk, hogy egyet beütöttünk, az jó. Hát nem tudom, hát ennél többet nem nagyon tudok. 500 pontunk volt, azt a...
Following the victory, the settlers' hopes seemed renewed. Could the beasts they felled have killed the previous lot of colonists? Perhaps the curse that had long hung over Blackbrook Vale was at last broken.
We thank you, Your Majesty.
The settlers' leader said, slipping the satchel from his shoulder.
You've granted us new hope and a new home.
The dwarves had rolled up their sleeves, were prepared to go at the huts to repair them, when one of their number cried out.
Hold! There's something here! Something reeky!
A voice most familiar, thought Meave. Yes, for it belonged to Barnabas, the rescued inventor. The gnome had elbowed his way to the fore, stood on his toes, extended his nose, and inhaled through it like a pointing hound seeking out wildlife. Ignoring all queries, Barnabas had then sat down on the brook bank, filled a glass flask with water, and was now holding it up against the sunlight, dipping into it the tip of his tongue and some strange scraps of paper extracted from the depths of the pockets of his patched coat. Finally, Barnabas stood, brushed his backside clean, and announced his findings.
Well, we know with some certainty the reason for the settlers' demise. 'Twere not beasts, no. They prowled in later, drawn by fresh graves. 'Twas the water. Oh, roll your eyes and whirl your fingers all you want, and then, here at the brook, nary a fish. All poisoned by subterranean fumes.
Az igen.
The dwarves hemmed, hawed, and grumbled, and were a heartbeat from abandoning the Vale for good. Then Barnabas reached into his satchel and extracted a device of his own making he termed an aqua purificator. That is to say, a water cleaner, as odd as it may seem.
You need but siphon water through this straw. Then drink up, worry-free.
Thus Meave rode out of Blackbrook Vale, deep satisfaction in her heart. The dwarves extolled her for being bold, shrewd, and wise, while Gabor ensured this praise would likewise reach the meaty ears of Elder Hoog.
We're the dwarves of Mount Carbon, hoo-hoo-ha, hoo-hoo-ha, and 2 hammers is our sign, is our sign.
Ah, de jó. Na mondjatok valami jót nekem.
We feed those suffering hunger, hoo-hoo-ha, hoo-hoo-ha, but our foes we smash asunder. Ay, 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 ay.
Ay, 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 ay. Nagyszerű.
Spill me ale and get a pound and hoo-hoo-ha, Hoo-hoo-ha, such is life neath the mountains, aye, 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 aye.
Nagyon jó.
We feed those suffering hunger. Hoo-hoo. We feed, spill me ale and get up. We feed, we're the dwarves of Mount Carbon. Hoo-hoo-ha, hoo-hoo-ha. And 2 hammers is our sign, is our sign.
Van itt még valami? Nem látok. Viszont van egy útjelző tábla. Egy kis loot. És akkor innen mi egyből elmegyünk ide balra, itt lesz valami. Ajaj, barlang.
The rumors Gabor had overheard were true. Scouts returned with news of a cavern at whose mouth lay rotted logs, an indication that something of great weight may have been rolled inside. Chests full of gold, for instance. Then again, paw tracks clearly showed some beasts had made the cave their home.
Right. Decision time. Enter or scramble back down,
said Gascon, rubbing his hands together for warmth.
Please hurry. This frost is downright biting.
We've scaled this high. Foolish we'd be to descend empty-handed. Fall in behind me!
The Queen took the 4, sword in one hand, torch in the other. The flickering flame's glow illuminated the cave's interior, casting long shadows. Meve was certain some horror would leap at her at any moment. And she was not at all wrong.
Na. Mi támad meg minket? Hát jó, szerintem meg tudjuk csinálni. Ez jó, ő nem kell, ő se kell, ő nagyon jó, hogy itt van. Arba listát nem akarok látni. Drummer jöhet. Ő jöhet. Ő is jöhet. Nagyszerű.
Follow me! Together now! Anyone here struggle with strong reservations when entering monster-infested pits? Asking for a friend.
Watch your heads!
Got a death wish?
Az igen. Hát akkor drummer
Army's
bolyozunk
waste of
egyet.
time for one like me.
Nagyon durva. Őt ide rakjuk.
Sorry, turnips back for an encore.
My scars? No, they don't hurt.
I'd hoped we could solve this some other way.
You must sweat like a swine in that jacket.
Hát ez eddig nem valami biztató. visszadobatom a Xaviert. Ezt meg közben beboostolom őket. Kijátszuk
My pain serves a purpose.
Left, right, left, right.
Számoljunk csak. Tehát ide kijátszuk, akkor 7-et sebez.
One bolt I need.
Again and again and again.
Egyenlőre befejezem a körömet.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
We must trust each other.
Give me a target.
Ezt elhílelem egyenlőre.
Catch!
Aye.
Egyenlőre befejezem a körömet. Egyenlőre befejezem a körömet. Neki passzolnia kell, ha nem hal meg egysége. De most még tud kijátszani. Talizmánt azt kijátsszuk majd. Elfogy a lapod, mondom én.
Treasure trove ought to be close now. Come on!
As soon as the last beast had fallen, the Lyrians took to seeking out the treasure. Soldiers dispersed throughout the caverns in a rush, penetrating every last corner. Finally, one called out,
Got it! Got the treasure right here! Treasure! Shiny stuff!
A number of steel-reinforced chests lay up against the cavern wall. Meve blew the dust from the lid of one and lifted it with some difficulty. She had hoped for gold and jewels, bars of Mahakaman steel at the least. Instead, she saw thousands of time-tarnished copper coins with a hole through their center.
Semmire való.
What's this bloody crap? Tokens of some sort?
Aye, that's right. Holy Goldens, we call them. They're, currency in Mahakam. Get our wages in them. Use them to cop victuals and hooch.
What of arms, armour, tools?
Nah. Oh, that's given to us. Clan provides it. Is that what you need? Weapons? Oh, feel the idiot now. Brought you here for no reason.
Yet these tokens, they can be exchanged for other coin, can they not? Temerian orens or Novigrad crowns?
Aye. Doable in theory, but not at all clever. Rates are crap. See, the elders keep 'em low to make life difficult for dwarven folk. Discourage 'em from leaving Mahakam.
What's this? Common dwarves use no gold. You cannot be serious.
Yet I am. What good's gold to them? Clan gives them all they need. And victuals and hooch beyond need, they get for tokens.
Mondjuk ez egy jó rendszer. A klán biztosít minden. Neked nem kell semmiért se fizetned, így nem kell pénz.
Yet you trade with humans. Gold coin you take for your goods, the coin must serve a purpose. What is it?
We hoard it all. In vaults. Great piles. Down bottom lie ducats dating from the reign of that dozy ham-shanker King Dagrid.
And you do not put it to use? Acquire anything for it? Then it's true what folks say, that you love gold too much to part with it. Hoard it for pleasure, as dragons do.
Point of fact. That there's pure drivel. Gold's a metal like any other, just yellow. We hoard it for our safety.
Your safety? I fear again, I simply don't follow.
Couldn't it be simpler? Soon as human folk get it in their heads we's a thorn in their side, we'll spend it. All of it, in a jiffy. Excess coin supply, that's called. Matter of days, gold'll be worth less than sawdust. And you're tossing banks and economies, bam, on their arses. There'll be nothing left of them. They'll cave in faster than a mine shaft with rotten props. Why are you all ogling me? With human folk for neighbours, we dwarves got to be damn vigilant, as sheep round wolves.
So how can these tokens serve me?
We must trade them. Even should we get a pittance, it will be something. The soldiers demand their pay.
Ah, your bums out the windy. Fighting men want full dixies and tankards of hooch. Coins but a means to that end.
Hát ilyen borra meg ilyenek nem.
What do you suggest then?
As I've been saying, the tokens we use to purchase nourishment and mead, and what you've got in those chests, why, that'll do to fund a feast the likes of which Mahakam's not seen since Brewer was sworn in as Elder-in-Chief.
Azt mondom én is. Italra kell
The
költeni.
fighting men'll eat and drink their fill, carouse about and forget their due and pay right quick. And invite the local dwarves to feast with you, and the clans'll look kinder on you too.
Caution be damned.
Your Grace, I feel obliged to remind you we are at war with Nilfgaard, and every copper...
Should go to building our army, I know. But we live but once, Reynard. Sir Gabor, take the tokens and arrange me a feast so grand that Ebdahi himself shall hear us revel.
As Meve's force could not possibly fit in a tavern, the feast was laid out in a storehouse. Crates arranged in rows served as tables and benches, while the windows were festooned with lion's foot and paskflower. Great barrels of mead, cognac, and vodka were rolled in, and when the soldiers saw this, they broke out in cheers and laughter that lasted till dawn.
Pour us another round, you lovable Lyrian bastards!
For he's a jolly good a jolly good dwarf.
Király, teljesen megérte! Gábor Zigrin plusz. És nem
There
is
was
volt...
food and drink enough for the dwarves of the pass, who, with Meave's men, raised tankards in hand and voices in song the night through. To see them sharing tales and playing cards, one would not believe that anywhere down the mountains, through woods and across plains, humans and dwarves might, for the softest slight, leap at each other, murder in their eyes.
Nagyon király. Na még ezeket itt megszerezzük, és akkor mielőtt a főküldetést folytatnánk, abba hagyjuk majd szerintem, és akkor onnan folytatjuk holnap vagy holnap után. De addig még jussunk el, még addig van egy kis intézni valónk, de ezt meg kell néznem. Hm? 15, 2 trinket, nagyon jó. Ez az első hős pluszlapom, az. Hol megyünk? Ide és innen jövünk le. Jó. Puzzle. Itt is egy. Várjál, itt van valami. Ezt megnézzük. Háromszorozódik? Hát beadunk 2500-at. Mi tele vagyunk pénzzel. Amúgy is...
I would, Your Majesty, but my arse is frozen to the ground.
Curse of Blackbrook Vale's been undone! And by a human wench! Curse of Black... We would take root neath Mount Carbon, where it's warmer, but allotments for the Vale. We would...
Mond mást is.
Curse of Black...
Four Dwarfs Codex states it clear. If you're in a mine and something knocks, you'd do best not to knock back. Ever. Four Dwarfs Code... I'd get up. I would. I'd get up. Four Dwarfs...
Jó, hát ez nem mondott semmi újat, úgyhogy beszéljünk ezzel a pacákkal.
Riding past a mine, Meave noticed a group of miners gathered around the entrance to a shaft. Frost had settled on their moustaches and beards, suggesting they had been there for some time. The Queen summoned Gabor and asked him to determine the reason for this sit-in. He returned after a few minutes and announced the most curious thing.
They're waiting for the knocking to stop.
Meave's frown prompted Gabor to explain in greater detail.
According to our laws, dwarves can't go into a mine if there's knocking coming from inside. We're obliged to wait for the ruckus to quieten down.
Ah, yes. Our own miners share this superstition.
Reynard interjected.
They say the knocking is that of a treasurer gnome, a kind of mine ghost.
With all due respect, your miners are dimwits.
Gabor said, patting Reynard on the shoulder.
Knocking means an imminent and abrupt discharge of the potential pliable energy of rock formations. In other words, you can, a rock burst. Except usually it's all done in a day or two, whereas these lads have been waiting going on 2 weeks. Foreman's grown impatient. He'd like to send someone down the shaft, have him see what's at issue, but, well, the code forbids us from doing anything of the sort.
If in this manner I can gain favor among your brethren,
sighed the queen, dismounting.
So be it. I shall descend and see what the problem is.
The shaft was too narrow to fit an entire army, so Meave and a small unit of men entered the mine, miners' lamps in hand and hearts in their mouths. The rhythmic knocking coming from the bowels of the mountains, distorted and multiplied, was unnerving. Soon the company arrived at the place that seemed the source of the knocking. Gabor put his ear to the rock and listened for several moments in silence, then struck the wall with all his might. The wall crumbled with a crash, opening a passage into another corridor, from which sprang numerous foes.
Ezt nem értem, ez hülyeség. Hát a Gáborra akkor nem vonatkoznak a törvények? Hát ő is tör. Ő miért mehetett le? Ezt nem értem. Mindegy. Ez egy speciális csatának kéne, hogy legyen. Igazság szerint. Mert úgy állították be, hogy egy kis egységgel jöttünk le. Erre itt van minden. Na mindegy. Én nem kérdőjelezem meg. Spala nem kell. Így jó. Az igen.
Did you hear something? What was that?
My gnome senses are telling me. Those definitely aren't ghosts.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Who goes there? Drop your weapons!
Nay, you drop yours!
Should have listened to me, old lady.
Order!
Hol van Xavier? Itt.
Getting to work.
Kis dobost, azt...
This
ez
house
nagyon
will
jó.
be reaping black-clad heads.
Make love, not war.
Left, right, left, right.
Who just grabbed me?
Oh, apologies, Maeve. I thought you were Reynard.
Again and again and again.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Looking to dance, mate?
Our ballista, your command. Armor won't serve.
Erre már 15-öt üt.
All right, that's no problem.
Reynard, are we winning? I can't see a bloody thing.
Gábort visszaszedjük, és bezárjuk a körünket.
For you, pal, anything.
Stop! Stop! We surrender!
Na. Kik vagytok ti?
Both sides were surprised. Both fought in the weak light of torches, nearly down on hands and knees. In the end, the queen emerged victorious, and as soon as she had returned her sword to its sheath, she asked the new prisoners a question that was on everyone's mind.
Who the devils are you?
The captives looked at each other in disbelief, as if before them stood a ghost. Finally, one of them managed to choke out a response.
Your Highness, we're your subjects.
Meve recognized the accent at once. The men came from Rivia. But what were they doing so far from home? According to the prisoner's account, after the Nilfgaardians' invasion of their kingdom, terrible poverty gripped the land. Seeking bread, some desperate inhabitants had gone to the mountains of Mahakam, engaging in wildcat mining in search of precious ores. Without asking the dwarves what they thought of this.
You know yourself, my queen,
explained one captured Riv.
They guard their treasure real jealous-like, don't care a whit about the suffering of others. They see us starving down in valley and don't lift a stubby finger.
Sadly, the Rivians had dug close to existing corridors. When Gabor destroyed the wall that stood between them and the dwarves, they were convinced they were being attacked by monsters, so they raised arms in self-defense.
Maeve, 'tis a tough nut to ken,
said Gabor.
But let's nae kid ourselves. These men are thieves, and we must hand them over to the Mahakaman Guard.
So they may do what? Sentence them to hard labor, or hang them at once?
Said Reynard, his usual calm shaken and his voice raised.
These are your subjects, Queen. They coveted their neighbours' goods, true, but only because they had naught themselves.
Nem lehet kifizetni, amit elcsóringáltak?
The foreman wished for the knocking to stop,
said the Queen.
And so it shall. As for you, go back to Rivia, and tell all their queen shall soon return, leading an army.
The grateful Rivs quickly packed up their tools and left the mountains. Meve had no doubt Bruva Hoog would soon learn of the affair and would certainly not approve of her decision. yet she preferred to face the Elder's wrath than send her subjects to a dwarven prison, or possibly to their death.
Nem fogom a saját egységeimet, saját embereimet izébe küldeni. Ezt felejtsétek el.
Well, boys, a wee swig and we get back to work. Well, boys, well, boys, a wee swig and...
The sound of approaching hoofbeats made Meave turn to see Reynard spurring on his panting horse, galloping at a breakneck speed towards her.
Ill tidings I bring, Your Grace.
Clearly. Glad tidings never arrive with such urgency.
Our scouts captured a Nilfgaardian messenger. He was travelling in disguise, and by night. When he realized his capture was imminent, he strove to destroy the letters he carried. We were able to salvage some, in parts.
Anything of interest?
Yes, there is, I fear. Your Majesty, you must listen. Consider your offer accepted. Direct Meave and her force to the agreed site. We await their arrival. Your reward shall be as agreed. Hail Keritsa.
A traitor. We might have expected as much. Nilfgaard has shown amply that it abides only by the rules it sets. Since they have not proved able to defeat me in the field, in open battle, they seek other means. I suppose the scroll bears no name.
It does not, Your Grace.
The messenger. Have you questioned him?
Érdekel, hogy találtak-e valamit.
Naturally, Your Grace. Alas, he knows not to whom the letter is directed. He was to leave it in an agreed spot.
I take it tidings of the whole affair have spread throughout the force?
Yes, Your Majesty. The witnesses were too many to keep this fact a secret.
We must thus assume the traitor in our ranks knows it as well, and will make no attempt to retrieve the scroll. A dead end. Have we any other leads or clues?
None, I fear, Your Majesty. We must be alert. Keep a keen eye on events as they unfold, and exercise great caution in forging new acquaintances.
Very well. Eyes wide open, all senses attuned. Yours in particular, Reynard.
Of course, my liege.
No hát ez hiányzott még. Áruló a soraink között. Ez nagyon jó. Pont erre volt szükségem. Erre mi van? Nem tudom, megéri a morál milyen. Egy a fene, haladjunk. Kell a pénz. Pénzéhesek vagyunk, sajnálom. Na, itt mi van? Aha, és akkor itt lehetne elket használni, hogyha még velünk lenne. Tainted Ale. Hú, legyek, fúj. Na mit ad a Tainted Ale? Itt van. Hát aznak nem sok haszna van. Mert általában azok a lapok, amiket ki kéne szedni ezzel, azok immunisak. Na még ez a kettő, és akkor Itt befejezzük majd. Itt körbe kell menni. Hogy hóbucka. Na szedjük ki a hóbuckát, nézzük meg, hogy mit kell csinálni. Na nézzük meg, ez milyen speciális csatát jelent nekünk.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me. There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die. Aye.
Thing about slings, they hide well.
Ah, should have listened to me old lady. This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Hey? Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth?
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die. Aye. Ah, should have listened to me old lady. This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads. My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Hey? Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth? I've hit the white of an eye from half a league away.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
Micsoda? Tehát nem szabad izét
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me. There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die. Aye.
Hey? Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth?
Should have listened to me, old lady. Aye. Should have listened to me, old lady. This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Hey?
Van egy ötletem.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die. Aye. Should have listened to me, old lady.
Thing about slings, they hide well.
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Hey?
Ezt megölöm.
Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth?
Should have listened to me, old lady. This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads. My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Hey?
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth?
Aye. Aye. Should have listened to me old lady. This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Hey?
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me. There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth?
Aye.
I've hit the white of an eye from half a league away.
Nem, egy, kettő, három, négy, öt, hat, hét, egy, kettő, három, négy, öt. Rengeteg izén van.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me. Aye.
Hey?
Should have listened to me old lady. This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth? I've hit the white of an eye from half a league away.
Na, mi jár ezért? Semmi. De nem mondom, hogy semmi nem járt érte. Csak annyi, hogy megcsináltam hátba veregetés. Még 4 ládát kell találnunk. nem tudom. Ezt kifejlesztjük. Legyünk túl rajta, akkor már 2-n túl vagyunk. Igazság szerint ezt is ki tudnánk fejleszteni, de ez annyira nincs szükségünk. Ezt a 2-t kéne még kifejleszteni. Hát még a Training Grounds-on vannak jó dolgok, mert a Sapert ki tudnánk használni. Szóval valószínűleg ezt fogjuk fejleszteni. És hát ezek az utolsók, ezek nagyon nem tetszenek ezek a lapok. Erre nincs szükségünk egyáltalán. Igazság szerint ezekre sincs szükségünk már a játék befejezéséhez. Az baj, hogy fölösleges több lapot berakni, mert nem fér el, tehát nem tudom kijátszani. Így is megtelik a 2 sor. Ennek azért nincs értelme, tehát nem is értem, hogy ez mire jó. Látjátok, hogy így sem tudom kijátszani, hogyha egy körös egyáltalán nem tudom kijátszani. Ha 2 körös, még akkor sem mindig tudom teljesen kijátszani a paklimat, pedig nem egy nagy paklival játszunk. Hát jó, majd fejleszgetünk. Olyan mindegy melyiket. Ezek rengeteg fába kerülnek. Ez még 3000 fa, ezt a 2-t ki is tudnánk venni, de nincs értelme. Még ezt tudnánk itt megcsinálni. Esetleg mehetünk achievementekre a Steam fiókon belül, hogy csináljunk riviai katonát, vagy valami hasonlókat, mert ugye a stray-ekre is adott egyet. A csavargókra, úgyhogy... Hát jó van. Na, itt befejezzük, és akkor holnap vagy holnap után innen fogjuk folytatni a játékot. Köszönöm mindenkinek, aki velem tartott a játék folyamán. Hogyha érdekel, akkor, és tetszik a csatorna, akkor iratkozzatok fel, hogy lássátok, hogy mikor streamelünk. Egyenlőre most a Witcher Tales megy, de közeljövőben tervezem ugye az Age of Empires Definitive Edition végigjátszását az 1-nek meg a 2-nek. Karácsony környékére van tervezve. Meg ugye a Hollow Knight-ot próbálom majd újra játszani. Mielőtt még kijön a Silk Song, vagyis a második része. Igaz, hogy azt csak addig játszottam, a Hollow Knight-ot akkor játszottam, amikor kijött, tehát a új cirkuszos DLC-vel, meg a God valami csodával azzal nem játszottam. Úgyhogy azok még újdonságok lesznek ott nálam. De teljesen új kezdéssel kezdünk majd azzal is. De egyelőre innen fogjuk folytatni majd a Witcher Tales-t. És jó éjszakát kívánok és sziasztok!